Wonder if that worked. Did it work? It worked. It worked. Oh, what a boy. I didn't know he was such a good boy. Um, Rumble. What's gone wrong with Rumble? Oh gosh, what goes wrong with Rumble? Oh, I see. Repeatedly happened with Rumble. Okay, let's start again. Railtown. I'm not going to get all involved here in creating okay. Right now, okay. What did I do wrong? I always do something wrong. What is it that I did wrong? Okay, next. Check, submit. Okay, so now I come back here and stupid Rumble. I don't know why it works sometimes and it doesn't other times. We're having trouble streaming to your destination as a possible stream was ended or deleted on the destination. This can also occur if the RTMP server URL or stream key is incorrect. We will keep trying to let you know if it's resolved. What else could I do? If I go back, oh, it worked. All right, cool. Cool. That's how I feel, Pete. That's how I feel. Pete says, oh, mein Gott, mein Gut. You're alive. You're alive. Thank good. Mein Gut. Yeah. I'm surprised I can use YouTube. I was told it was going to be end of June or, third week of June. I got a copyright strike for playing the NVIDIA public. I mean, that was news as far as I thought, spread out across the globe. And I remember telling you, you could go to the NVIDIA site yourself. I gave credit. Anyway, it was a bad mistake. I screwed up. I thought it was news. So I thought it's in the public space. But NVIDIA sent Nanette at NVIDIA sent I don't know what, a copyright claim or something to YouTube. They took the video down and gave me a 90-day, 33 months suspension. And I'm just not going to ever show anything again with my phone. It's just too much. I still am under the cloud of that strike. until the end of June. But it looks like, I didn't know. I didn't try, today's Tuesday. I didn't try yesterday, but every other time I came live, I tried YouTube and I wasn't allowed to. So I had written a note or something. Anyway, thank God for small miracles. I'm glad to be back. It's probably not the best service to you guys, but I use this streaming service and YouTube. I think there's better ones. I don't know that there's a better one than YouTube, but I mean better streaming services. But I know how to use this. I can turn it on, and it's not a big complicated thing, and I don't make, I don't. Anyway, I guess I'm stuck in my ways. So I'm very glad to be back on. It looks like I am. And for those of you who didn't find me on X or Rumble, glad to see you again. Now let me just sign in. I guess the thing with copyright, if you have permission, but it's just too risky. I just don't think I'm going to ever. To me, the better way to do it would be to just take any revenue I have and give it to the copyrighted person. It doesn't have to be all that dramatic. Just take all the revenue. It's not how it's set up. And it's not my job to come up with the solution. All right, so it's almost 1:30. I don't feel particularly well. I don't know what it is. Maybe anxiety or something. I'm going to try to go till they close and maybe longer. Let's go over some of the quotes. Railtown is down 0.0002 at 34.48. Finger is down a penny at 111. I just remember with Finger, I hear, oh God, my back is hurt. Everything. I guess I just didn't sleep well. I hear things. But just remember, they got to raise money. Feels like me. HLP is up 0.0086 at 1.008. GDC is up 18 cents at 280. 280. Not 780, not 880, 280. Nixie's up 0.183 at 0.996. So that's actually, Nixie's made a little bit of a run from, it's doubled. It's doubled. Nixie is doubled. But I wouldn't, it may fit that pattern of something manipulated happening, but I wouldn't play it, because you have, with Railtown, you have just a perfect storm, and kind of like Stormy, like a girlfriend or something, a perfect, in a good way, a perfect storm with Railtown, and you don't need a squeeze. So yeah, that's the market right now. Let me see. The volume on Railtown is 17,930 shares. That one day, Thursday, essentially one day, 300,000 shares. They just, they trade. It's computer trading, and it's high frequency. Why the hell do you need high frequency trading for a stock that trades by appointment? This is a stock with 200 million shares in its outstanding, and it's traded fewer than 20,000 shares. It trades by appointment. But when those computers come in to fleece you, the Ginsu knives, there's that poor guy, 52,500 for sale. He just never gets that off. He's never able to get that off. All right. Let me show you the calendar, as if you've not seen this month's calendar. You may not have, because you're busy, but I have a feeling you have seen it. We're here. We're here. We are here. And the month ends next week. So I don't know if something's going to happen in the first quarter like I intimated, but I guess it isn't. If I were a salesman and you were a lady, would you marry me anyway? Would you have my baby? God, the lyrics are so bad. So bad. If I were in sales and my first quarter looked like shite, I'd leave it looking like shite. I'd get the hell out of it. And I would wait until the start of the second quarter. And then I'd have a kick-ass second quarter. I try to make the leaderboard in the second quarter. I tried to make my mark that way. So anyway, my guess is, and I know you're going to say, well, you keep extending everything. I know. I don't control events, but I think it'll be April when, sort of, for lack of a better word, the kickoff starts. I did have a very good conversation. I did have a very good conversation with 2 or 3 different people while I was in this down position. And, whilst I haven't spoken directly to the company or anything like that, my overwhelming sense of the situation for Railtown is that any of these so-called delays, it's all for the better. It's all for the better. One of my friends, and again, none of this information is from the company or anyone close to the company, but one of my friends said, his quote was, he thought that the setup in Railtown is better than great. That's a hell of a statement. But anyway, he's just another guy like me. So you can choose to give it credence or not. But remember, I told you that stocks are not bought, they're sold. In other words, people don't come up with the ideas themselves. They have to be pitched the idea, then they buy. They have to be sold the idea, then they buy. Well, on Wall Street, people that learn stocks, build positions, they're just human like anybody else, and they want to talk to other people that own the stock. And I don't know how to change that expression to make that make sense, except that maybe stocks aren't held. They are there's a mutual comforting or something, or a holding of hands, to let even people that know what they're so-called know what they're doing hold the stock. And anyway, there's a lot of people in this stock, and I've gotten to know a lot of you. And so one guy's reaction doesn't have to be sacrosanct, but I'll take it. I'll take any good representation. The last trade is 100 shares at 10:33. At 10:33, 100 shares traded. Guys and girls, that's tricky, because I've lived long enough. I've gone through some cycles, and there was big parts of my lifetime that females didn't like to be called girls. There was also a part of time where they liked it. But if you say guys, you're being sexist. Then if you say girls, that might be insulting. So what are you supposed to say? Guys and women, guys and females, guys and dolls? I guess you're supposed to say persons. Anyway, this stock, 100 shares, the volume is drying up. I think it's a good sign. Doesn't mean on any given day they can't crush it. And remember, next Tuesday, next Monday, they're going to want to drive it down so they can print their closing month records and show their overlords that they made money. But don't let it discourage you. We're not in this for the day trades. We're not in it for it to be green every day. It's been red every single day. Right now, it's red 0.0002. Why? Because somebody had to sell 100 shares. The stock is red for $35. The whole complex is priced in the red because someone had to get $35 out of the market. Come on. You gotta ignore it. So let's go through some of the story. Morning Glory. Trying to remember what I talked about the last few days for people here on YouTube, but let's just go forward, and I'm sure all of it will be, it just is, you could put me on loop. I keep repeating the same thing. Pat M says, hi, Pat M. Whatever you do, don't mention the war. V-Rub. V-Rub. Yeah, hi. Yeah, it says hi, William. I say hi. Can win. William, you're on both. Your role. Thank you. Joe Marty. Whoa, I got you two back. I know, I feel lucky. T. Alex. Tell you what, we're all going to feel lucky if we get back the Middle East back to where it was. I think one thing we have to count on, that I think Trump knows how to cut his losses. I don't think he's stubborn like Lyndon Johnson or George W. I think Trump take his losses and get the hell out. But it's going to change our lives. I think the Middle East is going to be the playground. Playground's the wrong word. It's going to be the front yard of Russia, China, and possibly Iran. Who knows, though? It looks like MBS wants us to remain strong against Iran so that we may have allies through it all, but it's just got to stop before there's more destruction. Marco, sorry. Up close, one eye works, the other does. It's weird. Marco Sanchez, you were right about Knicks. Well, I'm not trying. I don't want anybody to get distracted by that. Our answer is Railtown right now, I believe. Rick Brogan, hi, Rick. He says, hi, William and RT crew. Pat, I'm so glad it worked. That could be an Elton John song or a Kapanen Tadil. That's great. Thank you. Jack Hamilton, good to see you back on YouTube. I used to say that. I thought it was funny, but I'm not sure anyone ever got it. You know how sometimes you're sitting at a bar waiting for a friend and, you know, some people sit next to you. They get caught up in a conversation. You're sitting kind of by yourself. I used to, particularly if they were, if it were a couple of girls, I'd turn to them and say, it's nice to see you're back. It wasn't really that funny, but I did it over and over again, hoping someone would laugh. D-Mac, great to see you, William. Here we go. Rick Brogan, all right, gotta add. Gotta add. Bebop-a-lula, 3B, my baby. Bebop-a-lula, I don't mean maybe. Bebop-a-lula, be my baby now. Pete Greek, up to 50,000. Wow, that's a nice position, Pete. That is a great position. It really is. Added 2,000. Imagine all the peoples. Imagine 50,000 shares goes to 15 smackers. And that's just that. I don't think that'll be the beginning. I think that'll be like the second or third inning. But that's $750,000. Don't sell. Don't sell. But by then you'll know not to sell. You won't need to hear it from me. You'll be hearing it from every bloody direction. Tone Hun will come on and he'll be telling you how smart he was. He's bullish all along. The other guys will come on. I built a position and the whiskey voice and the cockiness. You won't need me anymore. I hopefully don't listen to them because they'll want you to go to some other stock. T. Alex, Denaro and his speculative gambling with AMC. LOL, what a short. Yeah, I don't know why he um, constantly brings people back to that graveyard. Extraditions. Are we live right now? Well, actually, this is an alternative reality that you've slipped into on the Twilight in, that's the wrong one. What's that radio show out of the desert? Pat M. And we got notices that you're on. Extraditions. I like your shades. Justin Babish. Well, Justin, number one, I didn't know there was a deal going on. And number two, I've told you that Brent's son introduced Martin Shen to Uniserve. That's how I remember it. It might be back the other way around, but I think that's right. To not Uniserve, to that investment bank that sounds like Uniserve, UniQuest, Unibabe, anyway. And that's a whole group of investors. And then the guy that rescued Finger Motion 2 or 3 years ago through a different method than Ham, because I don't think Ham interacts with Brent's son, introduced Brent to the big investor down in Puerto Rico. And so a lot of the whales who populated whatever it is, Unibank, and some of the guys in Puerto Rico, they all of a sudden they met. They were introduced, and so Brent became close to those guys. I don't know how close, but they all. It's two different sets of players. They all intersected. They overlap. You got whatever that bank is called, whatever it is. I can't remember it. Unibank. And, all of those stocks, you should assume all those stocks that the guys in Puerto Rico are involved in, they've got losses. So they're going to do anything they can do to make any of them work. And if they tie up with others, they'll tie up with others. And there's losses in Nixie, there's losses in Finger, there's losses in all of these. If they can combine efforts, they can make it work. The only way a squeeze is going to happen in any of those stories, you need hype. You need some story. Like I think I saw Nixie. I think it was Nixie. They're somehow associated with a huge contract. Well, it's not coming into Nixie as I read it. I could be wrong. The difference with the Railtown, when you see the revenues coming to Railtown, it's Railtown all the way. It's not some sort of promotional manipulated story. And I'm not trying to say anything negative. These CEOs have a tough job. The market is rigged against them. So anyway, you need the promotional activity because you need human beings buying the stock. But then somewhere, Singapore, China, Cuba, you need somebody to come up with $5 million to pay a trading desk to violate the rules on the long side, just like the criminals violate them on the short side. They're not enforced, but they are enforced against longs. So you got to pay for that privilege. And then they go out with their algorithms and their computer programs, maybe all around the world, and they turn on a buy back and forth, buy back and forth, just like the sellers are always selling. And in order to make it work, you've got to put 50 to 100 million in the hands of that trader, and you're going to lose some of it, or maybe not. So he has something to play with because longs have to have real money. Shorts don't have to have jack shit. But if the longs can manipulate, they might be able to cause a short squeeze because the shorts are just computers. So if you can confuse those computers to see humans in there and a sudden uplift and it looks like a lot of buying, well, those computers pull back on their selling. They let it uplift. They keep testing it. Just think of AME. As it ran up, they pulled back and it soared. But then they're testing and they drive it back down. They drive it back down. They drive it back down, drive it back down. Up, down, up. And they make money. You guys have no patience. You have no trading ability. Neither do I. I'm not making fun of you. All of us. We don't have it. They have computers doing it. So they have nearly, how do you say that word? Indefatigable. They play without fatigue. They play without emotion. They're computers. So let me see what you're referring to. That's got to be conflicting for Ham, because he's got to now promote stock that. Well, I don't know if Brian is still the CEO. He might not be anymore. I stopped following it. Nixie signs infrastructure services contract with Telforge to manage an estimated 60 million in telecommunications traffic. Great. That's kind of, so you're going to see Railtown projected to have ARR 60 million, and it's real. All right, let me see what Fingers news is. I don't see what you're talking about here. But anyway, Justin, they all know each other now. They all have losses. They're going to want to try. So Nixie signs. Why is that under Finger Motions news? Finger signs agreement to acquire Telforge. I see. I think Telforge. I want to keep my mouth shut. I'm not going to tell you what I think about Telforge. Voice and messaging telecom service, cloud-based voice messaging and unified communication solutions. Look up SoundHound. The shareholders have agreed to exchange all of their outstanding shares of Telforge in exchange for 7 million shares of Finger Motion. Milestone shares. What? How do you spell Telforge? Telforge. Telforge. By the way, I don't think this is big news. I think this is the manipulated, and I say it without negativity. It's promotional news. It's manipulating events to try to make something to happen. And what the hell else are Long supposed to do? Yeah, Telforge was a privately held Nevada corporations. My guess it's guys out of Singapore, Puerto Rico. All right, that's enough information there. Okay. Finger Motion is already referring to Telforge as its subsidiary. It was signed March 18th, all stock acquisition. So it's going to be a Nixie Telforge contract. Finger Motion's new subsidiary. So I would say it's Martin Shen and Brent. They're friends. Martin Shen and Brent Sun working together. I like both of those guys, by the way. I'm not. The problem with talking to people I don't know is I don't know how you're hearing it, but what the hell are Long supposed to do? The regulators don't enforce the rules, so what the hell are they supposed to do? Let me just ask, when was Telforge formed? I mean, that business, I don't, I'm not picking on it, but I think Soundhound's going to blow it all away. It's a voice and telecom and voice messaging service provider. There was a voice messaging and some sort of service, something similar to this, out of either Italy or Germany. Germany, that was going to be involved with Nixie. I wouldn't get all excited about it, and I wouldn't. Let me just think. But I don't know. You might have more information than I do. So the management team at Telforge is led by Richard Lau, LAU, president and director. Daniel Gilcher, secretary. Ellis Ackland, director. Nicholas Hiralal, CTO. Telforge is led by Andrew Saunders. Oh, God. I think it's all very sketchy. But it could work. Who knows? I don't know what their plan is. Talk about dilution. Unless they're bringing revenues, which I don't know about. Unless they bring cash, which I don't know about. Finger Motion has acknowledged capital constraints in prior filings. Telforge deal is an all-stock transaction. The Nixie Telforge infrastructure contract is structured around managing up to an estimated $60 million in traffic. They're not going to take a huge nick off of that, and generating incremental operating benefit, not around providing Telforge with large upfront cash. It's designed to improve margins and scalability rather than fund the company. Finger closed the last quarterly report, Q3, end of November. They had $24,000 in the bank. $24,000 in the bank. They may have to cannibalize their top-up business, or they got to raise money. Finger Motion's recent quarters show a negative cash flow from operations, meaning it is burning cash rather than generating it. Finger Motion's operating cash flow has been roughly negative $5 $500,000 to negative $3.6 million per quarter. That's not written very well. On an annualized basis, Finger Motion's operating cash burn is about $8.2 million a year. That's what it was last year, it looks like, which implies a roughly $2 million per quarter in average cash burn, give or take. Finger Motion has been burning around low to mid single digit millions of dollars per quarter in recent periods. Maybe this is a genius move. I think this revenue for Telforge is similar. I'm guessing, but so you got to maybe ask Cam about it. I'm guessing that 60 million has the same kind of margin that the top up business does. I wouldn't imagine they're going to make more than a few percentage points in fees off of it. That's my guess, but I don't know. Management expects Telforge to scale revenue quickly via its cloud voice platform and big ticket contracts like the Nixie deal, which could improve gross margins and cash flow over time, but only once those contracts ramp and infrastructure costs are absorbed. So probably have to wait till the next 10Q. Let's see if there's any projections. Nothing published. So Telforge must reach at least 2.5 million in combined cumulative revenue with some secured contract value to earn 2 million shares. I mean, they already have 7 million plus. The 6 months after closing, they have to get 5 million to earn the remaining 3 million milestone shares. So that's a significant amount of revenue coming in. But remember, Finger does 35 million in revenue a year. So these aren't big adds to Finger Motion. It does add diversity, so they have more than one source of revenue. And I think it brings in another group of investors. Finger Motion CEO has stated that Telforge will enable the combined company to manage tens of millions of minutes monthly of telecom traffic, which is expected to, quote, significantly grow annualized revenues without major new hardware or capex. That's what they know how to do, and that sounds good. It will serve as a US-based operating model and cloud voice platform, which can be scaled across broader telecom and unified communications opportunities. Those specific dollar amount revenues haven't been disclosed. Longer term, management does expect Telforge's platform to materially increase Finger Motion's total annualized telecom revenue. I don't know. Guys, they want, I think they want, anyway. Let's move on. DMAC added 500 more. Good for you. Good for you, DMAC. That's great. Donna says, good afternoon, William. You're on YouTube. Yes, you are too. Jack Hamilton. Good afternoon, Donna. Pat M. Hi, Donna, Jack, and all. Jack Hamilton, Pat M, clap, clap. Mr. Lamar, what's the price prediction for Railtown? You want me to do that again, even though I've been wrong so many times? I'll take the bait. I'll take the bait, but I caution you, I've been wrong. Since June, I've been wrong. Not always wrong, but it'd be safe to say that if you had to pick, was I wrong or was I correct? You'd be safe to guess I was wrong. I would say the second quarter begins on Wednesday, the 1st. So two Wednesdays from now. And I'm going to suggest to you that in the second quarter, TELUS has to kick it into gear at some point. But will it be right on the turn of the clock? I'm going to say no. I really don't know what's holding everything up. I think it's all good. But I'm going to say that we might have to get through April. Doesn't mean the stock's going to go down, and doesn't mean the stock's not going to go up during April. But I'll pick Victoria Day. Victoria Day. Let's just make sure it's not a holiday. You holiday, I holiday. In Turkish, Bayram means holiday. What a pickup line. Okay, here, let's try. Is Victoria Day a holiday in Turkey? Okay, so it's a federal holiday in Canada. All right, so I'll pick, I will pick Friday, the 22nd of May, and I'll write it down. We'll see if I'm right. I'll write it down. Friday, the 22nd of May. I think Railtown will be $3.50 or higher. I'll put a plus. I wrote it down. I'll show you. I'm not going to erase it. See it right here. That's my price prediction in the short run. But we can go through some examples, but I think the likelihood is that Railtown is going to have a difficult time getting to that number because it's on the junior markets. It's in these hellish over-the-counter Canadian Stock Exchange abattoirs, um, the slaughterhouses, but they don't have a toxic deal to fight, and they have a real thing. But it still means that a lot of you may find. I think it was Pat. No, it wasn't Pat. Well, maybe it was Pat. Somebody couldn't buy it in their 401k at one firm, so they an IRA or something. They opened at a different firm. A lot of times that's because you're not allowed to buy stocks in these firms, over the counter stocks, or sometimes stocks under a certain price. And that's not going to go away. That's for legal risk reasons and all of that. Also, institutions, mutual funds, retirement funds, pools of money, ETFs, managed money. Most of them have mandates, or that's probably not the right word. Most of them have a body of rules, a code of, an operating rules. I don't know what to call it. That they can't buy any stock under $5. It's just blanket. If you want to keep your job, don't buy anything under $5. So it's going to be the hardest part ahead for Railtown is going to be getting from 35 cents to $5.50. It's going to be like I think I used the analogy, and I've never seen a crab do this, but a crab climbing stairs at the beach, that's wet stairs, to get up to the porch and into the kitchen. You know, it's going to climb up, but then it could fall back, and then it'll have some advancement and get close, fall back. A wave might come in, bring it back. It's going to be 2 steps forward, 1 or 2 steps back, and keep going like that. Um, but because it's a Canadian stock, not a US stock, I think there will be levels of strength at $2, over $2, over $3, over $4, with with uh, with sorry, something distracting. Um, with the goal of $5. Once you cross $5, the Merrill Lynch rules off, and anybody can buy the stock in or recommend the stock. Institutions can still have restrictions that, it depends on the formation documents or the investment committee guidelines, but they may say we can't buy stocks under $1 billion. We can't buy stocks under $5 billion, or we can't buy stocks under 750. Can't buy stocks under $10. But what I can tell you is almost all buying by major brokerage firms, institutions, funds, wealth advisors at under $1. Almost all of it is precluded. You're not allowed to do it. Under $2, I would say 85%, you're not allowed to do it. Under $3, it might go closer to 70-75%. Under $4, it's probably still 65-75%. You can't do it. Under $5, $4 to $5, it might get a little better, 50%, 60%. Over $5, it's probably flips the other way. 85-90% are allowed to buy the stock. So that's the environment we have to deal with. But once it gets to, let's say $5.50, $6, Mr. Lamar, I think it will go to 12 in a heartbeat. Might go to 18 in in 2 or 3 heartbeats. It's I think Railtown's going to be a very high price stock. The question is, will the company sell early so that a lot of those gains happen inside of the belly of an acquirer? Or will the company have enough cash, which they already do? They got $6 million or approximately in cash. That's more than they've had, I think, ever. And I believe revenue is going to start in April, but it could be May. Could be May. I'm pretty sure that TELUS cannot tolerate blowing off another quarter. So, and I'm not saying they're not working, although TELUS just made 2 announcements, very important to get out, about some women that are doing very well at TELUS. And I'm sure that's great. Public service, woke, all that. But it's just not news that helps us. That's all. But they'll get there. They'll get there. So Railtown, unique to any story out there, is just sitting on top of the TELUS data center stack, which is a NVIDIA stack, state of the art. Railtown's on top of it. So as customers come coursing into that data center for cheap energy, for hydropower, for NVIDIA, to have Canadian sovereignty, they're going to run through Railtown, revenue split, and it's going to be monthly. So this lack of information period is going to come swiftly to an end. And it's not going to be hard for analysts to extrapolate usage rates and adoption rates and revenue projections. It's not going to be hard for analysts to do that. Open Claw, I'm not saying Railtown is equivalent to Open Claw, but Open Claw kind of launched, and in 10 days, they grew to as many or more users than Linux had. I think it took 10 or 15 years for Linux to get to. Open Claw did it in 10 days. Now, I'm not suggesting to you Railtown's going to be bigger than Linux, although it might eventually be. But what I'm suggesting to you is that in AI, and particularly in a software that is good, an AI software, but it's not really software. I don't know what to call it. AI software, aftware, AI software. Anyway, it can have these huge ramps. And I think that's something like that's going to happen with Railtown. I'm not saying it's going to be open claw in 10 days, but I'm going to say you're going to see 0 to 85 miles per hour in less than 60 seconds. It's going to be impressive when it happens. And in that environment, I'm going to say it's possible it starts in April, but I'm going to say it starts in May. So it's possible in May that analysts and hubbub gets around, and that's why I picked my target of $3.50 by May 22nd. That is a whole lot lower than I said last summer. I said by May 5th, it'd be 55. Well, I think it still can be 55. I actually think it could be a lot higher than 55. I just don't know when. If the company sells to a Microsoft or a TELUS early, maybe they sell it at $15, give or take, then that gain happens inside of the other company. But I'm going to show you some things, I think, that lead me to believe that this orchestration frameworks area, it's called inference. I guess inference is kind of what your front part of your brain does with all the information that's in the back of your brain. I don't know. But this market space is the hottest thing right now. And I think if there's sorry to go on so long, Mr. Lamar, but I think there's 2 or 3 things that are going to work in favor of Railtown not selling itself quickly. One, they have the Steely Dan guys, Don Fagan and the other guy, money, $3.4 million. They have all the money from the warrant exercises. So they have about $6 million. They run lean. And I think it's more than enough money to get to revenue. So that's number one. They don't have to sell. Number 2, I think if you spend some time, I know it's hard. It's hard for all of us. We look at the stock price. We go, oh my gosh, that stock price is telling us something. It's telling you F all. It's just telling you that there's this blob called the market that just steals from everybody. It doesn't tell you a thing. I wish Railtown were private. It'd already be worth $1 or $2, $3 billion, but then we couldn't buy it. So you got to take the sugar with the medicine. I believe the second point I want to make is that when TELUS finally does whatever it needs to do after they announce this woman got a promotion and that woman got a promotion and this tribe is getting 24/7 internet connection provided by TELUS, and those tribes down in some part of some far off land are getting water and toothpaste and school education on the part of TELUS. And then there'll be some other thing that TELUS is helping make sure that anybody that's not in the woke culture doesn't, whatever the hell. They got such a long list of announcements to make. I'm surprised they ever do any business, but they'll get there. Remember, TELUS is a quasi-government firm. And that might not be bad. That might not be bad. But they got to check all those boxes. It takes time. You got to have meetings, come to a conclusion. Then you circle back. You set up another meeting. You write the verbiage of the release. It's got to go across every desk, get approved. And then once it's approved, it's got to go up to the top person, and then it comes back down through attorneys, and then it's released. And you got a stack in the hopper of all these important announcements that do F all to make any money. They do F all to produce anything, but you got to go through it in organizations. Eventually, TELUS is going to come around to, let's announce something that gets our sovereign AI data factory, the only one in operation in Canada, the first one in operation in Canada, the one that has a 9 months to a 1 year head start on anybody else. Why don't we make an announcement that we're going to drive business there so that we can start making some money? And let's let some women announce it. We'll kill two birds with one stone. But they don't think that way. They do it, well, we got to get this public service announcement out. We got to get this community service announcement out. We got to get this woke announcement out. We got to make this announcement that will please the people in Parliament. We'll make this. I don't get it, but it's about to end. And I think when TELUS finally turns on the fire hose, let's say, turns on the tap, opens up the lock on the dam, you're going to see so many users come in from TELUS's own clients coming to this data center. And you're going to see the AIP people moving over. I think you're going to see Railtown's portion. Remember, they're going to split that revenue. I think you're going to see Railtown's portion go essentially from invisible to kicking butt in about, I don't know about 10 days, but let's say in about, could I say 10 weeks? That might be too long. But remember, I'm not saying you're going to have to wait 10 weeks. I think you're going to see it like a umbrella handle, or a J, or a reverse ski slope, or a hockey stick. You're going to see this ramp like nothing you've ever experienced. That's my opinion. So my second point is revenue is going to come in very, very quickly in the second quarter to Railtown. It'll be monthly. They won't be burning the cash they have. Any revenue they get from their agreement with TELUS, which frankly, we don't know the terms for sure, will be 100% margin. So as that money comes in, Railtown is going to grow like a weed. It's going to grow like a plant you hadn't watered in 6 months, but somehow when you started watering it and put some fertilizer in it, it grew like nothing was ever wrong and became a tree almost in your house. That's what's coming for Railtown. So that's my second point, is I think revenues are going to be massive and visible and immediate and growing for Railtown. That's probably the only point I have to make. But thirdly, I think as TELUS finally gets through its hopper of really important announcements, and gets to me, who, I'm an asshole. I only focus on production. All the other stuff is nice. You guys go have the meeting. I'm going to stay over here on the phone. Oh, you got a nice sandwich. All right, I'll come have a sandwich, but I'm going to cut out and get back on the phone. I'm not that whole yammering. It doesn't interest me. Production interests me, and that's what TELUS has to announce, production, and it'll come. It's coming. It's coming. They got a Merrill Lynch guy running the place. He's all about production. So anyway, I think whenever TELUS finally turns it on, whatever that means, I think you're going to see research. You are going to start seeing buying. I do think it'll be a stutter step at first, 35 cents. I've said it before. From 35 cents, let's just cut out every movement. It'll go to the all-time high, pull back, break 70 cents, go to $1.25, come back to one, go to 150, come back to 110, go to 175, come back to 140, go to $2, break all the way down to 235, 135, and then climb up, break $2, and maybe bust into the 237, 250 range, but they'll hit it. It's going to be like that. But it'll start. I think it'll start in April and continue in May. And I think it'll be driven by some research, some smaller funds buying. But I think it's going to be the hubbub. I think this is a prediction. There's no way to put a metric on it now. But at the NVIDIA Huawei, they had a hackathon, and Railtown was there. And I think they've announced other hackathons. And these young men who are nerds are going to get rich learning AI, and they're going to get all the babes, not the football players. And they compete with each other for prizes, see who's best. But I think whatever chat rooms they use, message boards, I think it's going to get around. And I think you're going to see buying in the stock. And that's going to get it to 2, maybe 3. And then maybe I don't know the rules in Canada. I think once it's above 2 or 3, and this is something else I don't know. To me, the Canadian Stock Exchange is the same as the Toronto Stock Exchange. But maybe the Toronto Stock Exchange, the TSX, is better than the CSE, just like the NYSE is better than the OTC. I don't know. But I would guess as the stock goes up, especially with the presence of the Steely Dan guys and that board, the advisory board, they might move over to the TSX, TSE, whatever the hell. They'll move up. They'll move up. And this is something Corey mentioned to me in December. They want to go up to the better exchanges. As they move up there, you're going to get more buying. And I think Railtown is going to break $5 US in the second quarter. If my call on the ramping is right. And once it breaks $5, I think it'll be $10 or $15 in a week. So my target, I guess, for the beginning of the third quarter would be $10 to $15. And then that's the beginning of the third quarter. So that's July. And then it's a question if they sell in that range or they stand alone. And my guess is they're going to stand alone for a while. If the revenue keeps ramping, I think Railtown will achieve parity with Lang Chain and probably exceed Lang Chain valuation, which at that time I think Lang Chain will probably be 2.5 billion or better. So if I use 2.5 billion for Railtown by the beginning of the third quarter, July, I'd say that's the $11 or $12 a share. That just gets it even with Lang Chain. But I think Railtown's better than Lang Chain. And that's at that 10, 11, 12, $15 range. That's when research starts coming out and it starts projecting a year or two or three down the road, and the institutions start buying. I think it becomes a $20 stock, $25 stock by the end of the summer. And nothing goes straight up. And you tell me, Mr. Lamar, what would you prefer? Would you prefer that they sold or they stood alone if they get 1% of the total addressable market in revenues? 300, actually the market's expanded now. It'd be about 600 million a year and growing. But what if they got 10% of that market? 6 billion. I mean, it's the numbers are scary big and scary when you consider that it's 100% margin. So yeah, I would say by May 22nd, 350. By July, I'd say 1250. And I should write that down, by July 1250. And let's say by September 2250. I wrote those down. So those are my price predictions. Pat M, just say, all right, you guys, a young guy like you is going to make a lot of money. Now, you sales assistants, you know what you should do? You should marry a broker. They're going to make a lot of money. He was always right. He was always right. He wasn't woke, though. Donna M says, hi, Jack and everyone. Eric Belanger says, added 230. A big 230. I love it. Shay. The next question is for you, Shay. Shay. The Hammers is the nickname of what English football team? Shay Viscuta, do you think the shorts are truly mean-spirited, or are they actually bulls in disguise? I think they have no feelings. I think they feel that they've been chosen by some sort of sign of superiority or blessedness to do this. So I don't think they have any feelings one way or the other. Their attorneys have confused Congress so long that in many cases, professors, journalists, brokerages lionize the shorts because the shorts are great sources of commission and fees. So I think actually they breathe rarefied air and walk on red carpets everywhere they go on Wall Street. And I don't think they have mean spirit. They're indifferent, which is truly evil. Do you think machines are mean-spirited like robots in the Terminator? Are they mean-spirited? They're just doing what they're told, and these guys use computers. So don't try to make them seem like good people. They're not bulls. They're not bulls. They're bullshit. They're bull crap. But don't make no mistake about it. They, over a, probably 20, 25 years, very similar to the incrementalism of Zionism, these very just always move the agenda forward, move it forward, move it forward, move it forward, never quit, never quit, never quit. And eventually you get where you're going. And where they're going is that any stock under $5, they can sell into oblivion regardless of how good the story is. And that's a fact check. What's different about Railtown is, do you really hear the story out there? Do you hear Railtown out pounding the story? Do you hear promotional people blabbing and banging the drum on Railtown? I know you're looking at me. I'm not paid by the company. I feel like I'm in. I feel like I'm in hell. Client of mine, friend of mine, haven't talked to him in a while. He used to tell me, when you're going through hell, keep walking. And that's what I'm doing. But we'll get through it. And then it's going to be blue skies. But no, I don't think they have any spirit other than evil and callousness. But I don't think they're mean. But they're not bulls. They're thieves. They're scavengers. But they do it on a grand scale. They're not in disguise. They're not. I don't know what your point is. So let me move on. AI data centers may be the reason why Railtown puts shorts on the caboose and chews them into oblivion. Well, that actually is an interesting point, Shay, that you make. There is a large short position potentially in Railtown. I don't want anybody focusing on it because it's very hard to trade a short squeeze. And as we sit right now, I would tell you that if the stock were to squeeze to $25 right now, I think that would be 50-50 that you should sell it. 50-50. Because I do not think, let's say you're Pete the Greek and you have 50,000 shares. and it goes from 70 cents, not straight up, but pretty rapidly up to 25 bucks because of a short squeeze. If he sells his whole $50,000, he's going to feel like a king. And then his goal is going to be able to buy it back when it pulls back. Well, here's the problem. He's going to have to pay taxes on that. So the pullback to justify that would probably have to be pretty sharp. So I think the problem comes in, there may not be much of a pullback, even though a squeeze ran it up there. Secondly, even if he's sitting, I don't know what 50,000 at $25 would be. 50,000 shares at $25. That's $1.25 million. Let's say he's hoping to buy it back at $15. Or let's say he's not greedy. He says, I'll buy it back at $17.50. Well, he's got the cash to do it. Puts in an order. What I don't think will happen is I don't think he'll be able to get his 50,000 again. I think the dynamics of the system, corrupt system, is right now Pete and Donna and Eric and Rick and D-Mac, they can buy large positions of stock because the mimeograph machine is running full time. But when the stock, particularly in a squeeze, and there's burn, burn, burn all around, in the ring of fire, in the ring of fire, gonna burn, 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 in the ring of fire. Not my favorite song from Johnny. So for those two reasons, I think you enter into a problem if it squeezes and you sell thinking it's going to collapse so you can buy back in. That's a dance you may fail at. And then secondly, I don't think you'll be able to replace your position you sell. That's at $25. Now, if it goes to 50 in a squeeze, I hope it doesn't happen. That's a real gray area. I would say at 20, everybody's going to have to make their own decisions. But I'd say at $25, unless you need the money, it may or may not make sense. What might make sense is selling calls, if there are any, taking some premium or buying puts. But to reestablish the position, I don't think you're going to be able to. At 50, you're getting closer. But I'd still give it a big number that you shouldn't do it. But I would say it goes 30, 70, maybe 35, 65 against, in other words, 65% that you should sell. But let's say it gets to 75 or 85 or 125 in a squeeze. Maybe that makes sense to sell then. But I think you're sitting, Shay, on a stock which I've shown many times. I'm not going to do the arithmetic again. If Railtown can climb its projected revenues to $250 million and have a trajectory, let's say that in 3 years that grows to, they can project that to $750 million, and they put a 35 multiple on that, you've got a $26 billion stock. I'll use the outstanding shares. It's $123 a share. I wouldn't be so quick. Now, we got to follow the news. We got to follow the rhythm and the information. But I wouldn't be so quick to get out of this in a small short squeeze. I really wouldn't. I think this stock could easily be 125, $175 on its own. So, on its own. So, Rick Brogan, 325. All right, Rick. I wish I had even that money. I wish I had even that money. That's great, Rick. Sorry, I'm very happy for you. Shouldn't have drifted into thinking about myself. That's awesome. I'm happy for everybody, and I mean it. I mean it, mean it, mean it. Now burn, 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 a ring of fire, a ring of fire. Let's look at the prices. Sorry, I got distracted. So since I lost my train of thought, let's just look at the prices. Railtown is down. It's down half a penny, down 0.0053 at 33.97. Finger is down 2 cents at 109.99. Are you out of your mind? Help is $1. GDC is 276, and Nixie is 0.272, 1085. Railtown's volume is 50,280. Last trade just had to get out. Somebody just had to get out of 2,300 shares at 33.97. I don't trust it. I don't trust that being real shares. Could be. Could be. Hey, KYP. Oh, the puppy dog. I think that's a dog right there. Maybe not. Maybe not. Anyway, good seeing you, KYP. Silver skyrockets at night. Red Pepper, how are you? Glad to see you're back. Thank you very much. Glad to see you here. Silver Skyrocket. Not sure if you saw my comment, but Tony Two Step was on your X stream, probably stealing talking points. I don't know. Hey, as long as he gets the story out, I guess it helps all of us, right? But he may find me negative. I mean, he may be negative toward. I don't know what he's on about. I really don't. But I know the company treats him as a gentleman, and I guess we'll leave it at that. Silver Skyrocket says hello to everyone. Good afternoon, Scott Day says. Glad to see you back. Thank you. Jack Wolf, need my G-Bucks back to buy RT G-Bucks. Yeah, G-Bucks was hell. I sold mine. I think I actually made a slight profit on G-Bucks. But, I had all those shares you're talking about. And I told you June 5th, the Thursday, it might have been the 6th last year or whatever, the Thursday of that week. I heard the story about Railtown in the third quarter, maybe the second quarter, but I think the third quarter of 2024. I listened, sounds great, didn't do anything. But then I caught on to the analog with another company I was doing, and I got it. You build your clients, the big boy buys it, big girl buys it. It's a nice trade. So I established my first position. I'm not talking big things here, but I established that in December, I think. I think it was 38 cents, something like that, 39 cents of 24. Yeah, 24. But then, like any of you guys, nothing happened. I'm like, gosh, there's other things. There's Nixie, there's GDC, I think, G-Bucks, there's Finger, there's other things. Got to keep in motion. Not happy unless I'm doing something. But February 8th came, and that announcement came on the merger. So I looked it up. Worst case, it was going to be 60 days. So I didn't do anything for 60 days. That took it to through April, took it to May, and nothing was really happening. And I thought, man, you're going to kick yourself if you don't buy Railtown. But on the other hand, I want these other stocks to work before I buy Railtown. I want these to work. So, and I rationalized, well, you already have a small position. At least you'll get something. But then as we went through May, the tension built in me because I was still talking to other people about Railtown, about what was coming. And I just didn't see how I shouldn't add to my position in the beginning of June. I just said, it's time to call quit on all these other stocks. But that first week of June, I decided I'll just sell, I forget what ratio, I'll just sell some of this other stuff, a little bit, and I'll just add a little bit. But that Thursday morning, I sat down right over there early. I woke up early, and I had kind of a nervousness in my stomach. And I said, why are you doing this half-heartedly? If you believe in it, you should own it. So I took a pad of paper, I wrote it, I looked at all my positions, I wrote it down, and I put in the order to sell everything I could and buy all the Railtown I could that morning. And then I went on a walk. I think I went for coffee or I took a shower or something. And I was nervous and I was like, gee whiz, are you, what are you thinking? But after my walk or shower or whatever it was, I had resolve. And it just boiled down to this. Railtown's a real company. It's AI space. There's literally trillions of dollars going into the space. I still think Railtown's first and best. And these other things are all crap. They might work. And, as in retrospect, maybe we had more time to get into Railtown, but on the other hand, would we have built these positions? I don't know. But a company like ZJYL collapsed. A company like GDC collapsed. I don't know what I don't want to type G-Bucks in because then I'll have to keep giving the quotes. But Jack, I sold those shares and I wouldn't look at my screen for 2 or 3 weeks. I have a friend, pretty much talk to him every day, and he'd always tell me about it. I said, I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me. What's going on. I don't want to hear what's happening to Nixie. because I'm so much of a nervous Nelly. I didn't want to hear that it was bought out, you know. But I was comfortable with my decision. And I think it proved to be the correct decision because all the other stock positions, with the exception of NRG, melted away. On the negative, there were some chances to sell Railtown in a rally and buy back. I didn't do that because I didn't. You only know it in retrospect. So I don't know what. I guess I have to look up G-Bucks. Damn it. Let me look it up. G-Bucks. Bullshit story. But there was a trade there. The classic stock that, in this case, Ham, it could be one of the other guys. And I'm not saying anything wrong against it. If Ham's out promoting it in the lingo of the slang, he's pumping it, buy it. And when it runs a bit, sell it. You dump it. Ham pumps it, you dump it. Nothing illegal. Yeah, so it's seller boxed. It's worthless. But, you can still get out of it at a penny. So what's your strategy, Jack? What's your strategy? I don't know how many shares you have. Let's say you have 10,000 shares of G-Bucks. That's too little. Let's say you have 25,000 shares of G-Bucks and you paid, I don't know. Let's say you got in early when Ham was talking about it. But let's say you paid less than $1. Like he started talking about it at 70 cents, 65, 70, 75, 80 cents. But let's call it $1 just for because I'm bad in my head. It's 25 times $1. You paid 25 grand. It went to 12. You didn't sell because you couldn't. You had to be up at 3 a.m. or something. You couldn't. But that morning when it started trading after 9:30, I think it was $8.5, $9, and then it just pretty quickly went down. You had a lot of chances to get out at 8, 7.5, 7, 6.5, 6, 5.5, 5. And then it stayed, I think, in the 4 range for a while. But for some reason, you didn't get out, which I'm not telling you that makes you stupid. It's human nature. You saw it up. You want to see it go. You believe the story. It's very hard to go against the crowd. It's really difficult to sell. Really difficult to sell. And then it breaks whatever your purchase price was. And you're like, when it's higher, you're like, if it gets back to 12, I'll sell. It never gets back to 12. And then when it's 8 and it comes down to 6, well, if it gets back to 850, I'll sell. It never gets back to 850. It goes to 6. From 6, it goes down to 450. Well, if it gets back to 6, I'll sell. It never does. We all do that. We all do that. And then it finally breaks whatever you paid for it, and you're saying, I don't want to take a loss. I'm going to want it. I've learned my lesson. If it gets back to what I paid for it, I'll sell. It never gets back. Well, now, if you had 25,000 shares, it's not worth jack shit, but it's worth more than it's going to be. $200, $212. It's just not a lot. But you know what? What do you think? Let's say you have 212 and 200 and let's call it $215 worth of G-Bucks. And How are you going to get your dollars back? To go back to $1, G-Bucks has to go up 117x. Do you think that's going to happen? I mean, things are possible, but I think you have to face it. That's going to be hard. So if you took your 212.5 divided by 0.34, you'd buy 625 shares of Railtown. It's not a lot. I would argue too that G-Bucks will go down further, but no one knows. But if you had 625 shares of Railtown, maybe you cough up a little more money and make it 1,000. But let's assume you have no money. So and I'm not being insulting, I have no money to put in. 625 shares. Let's say it follows my plan and it goes to my projection, it goes to 350 in May. That's $2,180. If you want to go back and buy G-Bucks, you can, but I wouldn't. If it goes to $15 by, let's say, July 1, you got $9,375. And if it gets to $25, let's say in September, it's worth $15,625. Let's stop it there and divide it by 212.5, your original money. You're up 73x. That, my friend, is going to happen, I think. But G-Bucks, you're just going to fritter it away. It's already, you shoulda, woulda, coulda sold all along. I think you should sell it today. Of course, you got to make your own decision, and buy Railtown. I think Railtown can give you, 30x in the next few weeks. Then you can revisit it. But one thing, you take a loss. The other, which you can use, it's valuable. And then the other thing is you put your money in a stock that actually can return equity. I would suggest to you, Jack, that you sit down and you write how much you lost in G-Bucks, and maybe you lost some of the others. And you say to yourself, you know what? I've lost 125 grand in all these crap ideas and all this trading and all this promotion. I've lost $125,000. Pick a target for Railtown in your head. You don't have to pick my high targets. Pick, I don't know, for sake of argument, let's say you agree with me that it's going to, once people know the story of Railtown, that it's going to at least be equivalent to what Langchain was worth last year, 6-7 months ago. That's $5-6 a share. So let's just say $4. You want to say to me that I'm being over. Let's just say your target is to see Railtown. Let's say $3.50. Let's say $3.50. So you take 125,000, you divide it by $3.50. You need to own 35,700 shares. Let's say you need to own 36,000 shares of Railtown at $3.50 to make all your money back. So to buy 36,000 shares today or tomorrow, it's going to cost you at 35 cents. It's going to cost you $12,450. $500. It's $600, but let's call it $12,500. So you have to take the $12,500 and add it to your 125 you lost. You add the 12,500. That's now you have lost 137,500. But you own now 36,000 shares of Railtown. So it has to go to $3.82 to break even on everything you ever lost. So if you buy 36,000 shares of Railtown, in this example, and it goes to 380, you've made back all your losses, including G-Bucks. And if you've taken your loss in G-Bucks, that might help you on taxes. But the unique thing about Railtown, you may never have to sell it. We don't know that yet. But if it's bought out, you get that bump in equity without paying taxes. If it stands alone, we'll have to follow it. If it squeezes, we'll have to follow it then. But at 380, that's just the equivalency to Langchain. The Sequoias, the Benchmarks, the IVFs, the other dozen private equity groups that funded Langchain, they didn't fund it for a flip. They want to make 10, 20, 30x on their money. It may not work, or it could, but they're not in it for a flip. And the next time you raise money for Langchain, I think it'll be double at least the price they raised money now, unless the world goes black. So the target of $556 becomes $12 target just to catch up to Langchain. But Railtown's better than Langchain. And Railtown isn't a G-Bucks. G-Bucks is a piece of shit. I'm hearing things. They got gold. They got Bitcoin. They've got, if these companies could claim they have tokens, they've got tokens. They've got a treasury. They've got somebody putting $280 million in. He's going to buy a real estate portfolio, commercial real estate. They're going to live off the income. They've got an app. It's all bullshit. It's all manipulated. Railtown's not manipulated. Who's out there promoting Railtown? You tell me. Is Ham? Frank Benedetto? Dan Borders? Tony Two-Step? Anybody? Is anybody out there promoting it? It's a different animal. It's a different animal. And just to remind you, I'm not getting paid jack shit to talk about Railtown, which is why, this has been going on a long time. I haven't even got my hair cut. I know chicks dig it. I bet chicks dig it. It looks really professional. Anyway, that's what I would do, Jack. I'd do it tonight. I'd pull out a pad of paper while you're drinking your scotch. I'd take my portfolios out. I'd look at your portfolio as if you're advising your daughter about her new boyfriend. Don't have any relationship with that account. Don't have any relationship with your losses. Don't think that you have to make your money back in the stock that brung you. You can go home with a different stock. Sit down, write down all your losses, divide it out, and tomorrow, if you have cash, tomorrow morning, buy Railtown, enough Railtown I mean, you take all your losses, you got to pick a target. But if the more stock you buy, the easier it will be to get out of the red on everything and then go into the green and go into the green by many multiples. And you don't have to sit around worrying if it runs up that you better sell because it's going to drift back down to zero. It's not a jack rabbit stock like G-Bucks. G-Bucks was just all hot air. And those guys, they may try it again, but if they try it again, you're going to be crammed down. There's no reason to hang on to G-Bucks. Take that last bit. You know, I think I sold my CRTD at 0.005 or something, and it was a good trade. At least I had something. If you hold on to G-Bucks, you could not be able to sell it. Or I don't know what magical thing. What is it that G-Bucks has that's going to make it go up 75x? Do they have the industry behind it? Do they have Wall Street behind it? Do they have the build out of data centers worldwide behind G-Bucks? Do they have Jensen Huang saying that his chip revenue from it, which is real cash, by the way, revenue, the exit rate is going to grow from 500 billion to $1 trillion in 6 months? Do you have any of that behind you? Do you have the idea of AI 1.1 going to AI 2.0, according to James Altucher, create the largest transformation in technology in 150 years, the greatest creator of wealth, that it's going to create more wealth than Bitcoin? It's going to make crypto look like a ripple. Those are his words. I'm not punning. Do you have any of that with G-Bucks? Do you have Morgan Stanley's analyst talking about AI? He doesn't call it AI 2.0. He calls it AI of everything. And for robotics, do you have robotics behind G-Bucks? Do you have the largest industry on the planet, software, SDKs? Do you have SDKs needing to be replaced by ADKs in G-Bucks? Do you have all of the apps ever written since the App Store came out? Every app you use on your phone has been written with SDKs. All of those apps have to be replaced with agents, AI, ADKs. Do you have that going for you in G-Bucks? What the hell are you waiting for? I mean, you're right. It's next to no money, but at least it's some money. Take your loss, pull out a pad of paper, write down finger, write down CRTD, write MMAT, write MMTLP, write, I don't know what else, MULN. Write them all down. What are all your losses? Come up with a number. $150,000 you've lost. Trying to beat these computers, trying to beat these criminals, and trying with your part-time approach to the market, because that's all we have compared to them. They got computers going every nanosecond of every trading day and overnight. Just by definition, we're not spending enough time at it. But let's say you lost 150 grand on everything. Let's say you pick a target on Railtown of $5. Or maybe you don't believe me. You pick a target of $3. Divide that by 3. You need 50,000 shares of Railtown. Buy it tomorrow. Probably cost you 35 cents. You need to put up 17,500. But if you sell your G-Bucks, you only need to put up 17,000. So you add your 17,500 to your 150,000 that you've lost. That's 167.5. Now it's a little different. Remember, we had the target of $5. It's now a little higher. So you divide that by 50,000 shares of Railtown. You've got to go to $3.35 to break even, not $3. But $3.35, that could happen, my opinion, that could happen in 6 weeks. Maybe it'll take 2 months. Maybe it'll take 3 months. But once you're there at 335, you are green on all your losses. And I would submit to you, from 335, you've got at least 10x ahead of you if you hold on to the stock. At least 10x. Now, that could all change. Nothing, but that's 3,350. Let's call it 3,250 times $50,000 shares. Not only can you make back everything you lost, you might be sitting on $1.5 million, and you're waiting for G-Bucks to go up. G-Bucks is a piece of manure. The only reason it's standing on its perch is because it's nailed there. Anyway, I don't know what anyway, let me move on. That's what I think I would do, Jack. Giuseppe, it's good to see you, William. I was able to watch on X, but couldn't figure out. I know it's every other technology. I don't know how to use them either, or ask a question, or even say hello to you. Good to see you. Eric Belanger, a new data center built by Bell Canada in Regina. Okay, look at this right here, Jack. They're going to build out a data center in Canada for a couple of $2 billion. It's going to go live in 2027. I'm going to ask you a question. What if, we don't know this yet, but what if Railtown's platform proves so important, nay, not, it's critical, it's a proof of concept at the TELUS data center. Do you think this Bell Canada isn't going to come a calling to Railtown and say, you know what? We want you on top of us too. And we're willing to do a split with you as well. And then analysts start looking at that and say, you know what? We're going to go do our model. And they come back with their model and they say, oh my gosh, Railtown's going to be doing 300 million exiting 2027. That's more than Cohere, or almost as much as Cohere. And I don't know, Jack, why you're sitting on bleeding, bloody seabird flavor G-Bucks. I mean, it's a small amount of money, but I think it's time to sell all the buckets of high-risk stocks, put it all into Railtown. And if you need to open up a little more money, only you can decide that. Do it the way I just said it to you. Pick a number that you think, I'm full of shit. Railtown's not going to go to 20 or 25. But pick a number, $3, $4, $5, $2. Buy enough shares so when you're there, you're agreeing on everything. It's coming, Jack. Railtown is not G-Bucks. Railtown's real. It's real as a heart attack. Kuda guy. I could have been the guy. Awesome. You made it back to YouTube. I've been adding a few shares here and there for the last couple of weeks. Good for you, Kuda guy. 12,000 is a great position. 12,000 is awesome. It's an awesome position. Chestnut. Hey, you're back. I added enough to round my... Good for you, Chestnut. Yeah, I'm glad I'm back too. Thank you very much for saying so, but I'm glad. You know why? Because I just know how to use it. I really don't know how to use the other one. Let's see. Here's John Ken. It'd be dumb not to take some profits if it hits 25. Greed kills. No, you're wrong. It's dumb just to take profits if it hits 25. That's just stupid. That means you don't know the story. I mean, if you're a trader, okay. But I don't agree with you. Now, I mean, everybody's got to do what they want to do. But Microsoft, when Corey sold Telio or whatever it was called to Microsoft, Microsoft was trading at $25 a share. Do you think they should have sold some of the stock because it's dumb not to take profits? Let's say Microsoft went to 50 bucks. It's dumb not to take profits? No, it's stupid. The only reason you sell, 3 reasons. Taking profits is not one of the reasons. Because all the money you lose over and over and over again is 95% of your money. So your idea is to take a profit, cut the run in your stock. You're not going to, it's not investing. Now, if it's some sort of day trading, well, those kind of rules make sense. But this isn't day trading. This isn't a hot stock to trade. If it goes to 25, you better understand why it went to 25. Why are people paying 25? If it's a short squeeze, it gets a little complicated. That's why I don't want a short squeeze. But if it goes to 25, read the research reports, read the projections. It might be on its way to $100. It's just, it's actually dumb to follow the rule you just said. It shows you're not an investor. You don't know the story. But whatever, to each his own. And you didn't listen to me. There's a woman on X, Platinum Blonde. If you're single, maybe give her a call. She made the comment with Tony the She made the comment with Tony the Tiger. Wait, I don't get it. If I sell it, I can buy it back. And Tony said, right, making fun of me. Let me make it very clear to you, John Ken. In my previous example that I was trying to show Jack, if you have 50,000 shares of Railtown and it goes to 25, you might sell 10,000, but you may never be able to buy that back. If you may not want to. Look, there's 3 reasons to sell a stock. Because you need the money, and a good reason for the money is if you borrowed money, if you leveraged your ass to buy a position, it's good reason to sell. You need the money. Second reason, you have a better idea. Makes perfect sense. Right now, I don't have a better one, but there might be a better one. For example, if Railtown goes to 25 and my projection is only that the next move is capped at 50, that's a double at that point. If there's another idea like silver, for example, or an oil and gas company that's going to give a 10x, well then, but we're not there right now. So if you have a better idea, that's a good reason to sell. And the third reason to sell is if the story changes. I think the only thing that's going to change with Railtown is the story's going to get better and better and better. So I think it's not greed. It's not greed, John. It's not greed. It is not greed. Greed does kill when it's stupid. And day trading in these stocks in the over-the-counter market and the NASDAQ market without the help of institutions, without the help of research, without the help of regulators, that is stupid. And chasing those stocks may be greed. I pulled out my statement because I was trying to look up my trades in Dolly Varden Silver. No, that's not true. I was trying to look up my trades in Nextbridge, which, by the way, I should tell everybody, I found out they were different than I said. But I looked at that month. I was trading these stocks like COSM and all. I'm like, gee whiz, that's not sane. That's insane. That's greed. But holding Railtown at 25, if the fundamental story justifies it, that's not greed, my friend. That's not greed. The people that bought NVIDIA, listen to Jensen Huang. When his stock first came public, he went out and bought his parents either a car or a house. I think it was a car, a Mercedes. He sold, I don't know, 100,000 shares to do it, whatever it was. He said in his interview, that's the most expensive car I ever bought. So, my friend, it's not greed. It's stupid just to follow bumper sticker, lazy advice like you're giving. Unknown stuntman, hi, Uncle Bill. Added another. You're amazing, Steve. You're amazing. Steve is going to be Elvis Presley. That's great, Steve. Congratulations. Ricky added 320. Wow. You're amazing, dude. I wish I could do it, but AD Hopkins, any news on GTII? Two places you can find news on GTII. One is follow Not Legal Advice on YouTube, and the other place you can ask Cam. But it's a waste of time. If you like banging your head against a brick wall, go ahead and do it. If you're looking for justice in GTII through the legal system, it may happen. It's not going to get your money back. So waste your time on it. I'm not going to waste any more time answering your question. Unknown Stuntman added 3. That's awesome, Steve. Ricky Brogan, I remember him saying a short seller was trapped for us to get members of our family to buy ABD. Get educated on G-Bucks. Oh, about G-Bucks? Look, in fairness, he called it early on, like December, January, February, and it went from 75 cents to $1 to $2, and then it ran. I'm telling you, when he has a story, he's going to work hard. He's going to make the phone calls, and there's a reason. There's always a reason. Buy it early let him pump it, you dump it. The problem is you're not going to sell it at 3 because it's going to go to 8. You're going to be mad at yourself. You got to erase that. Be like this woman out, I think she's out on the West Coast, that trades ham stocks. She gets in, she's on it all the time, but she sells. And if somebody else gets more upside, whatever, there'll be another train coming in the station. All right, I want to set the record straight on what I found on my MMTLP, because I wasn't telling, it's not that I wasn't telling the truth. I was just wrong with what I said. I didn't think I was wrong, but when I looked it up, with MMTLP, I bought it in my IRA. I bought 1,100 shares November 8th. I paid $7.55. I bought a little bit more. I bought 124 on November 30th at $9.29 MMTLP. I bought 40 on 11/28 for $10.07. So that was my IRA position. So that was 9,900 something that I paid with fees and commissions. So it was, that's my IRA. In my regular account, I bought 460 at $5.07, 8 cents on 12/8. I bought 20 shares at $3.08 on 12/12. I bought 600 shares on 12/5 at $8.49. I bought 150 shares on 12/5 at $8.28. I bought 260 shares at $8.80. I bought 740 shares on 12/2 at $8.79. I bought 156 on 12/7 at $6.95, and I bought 619 on 12/7 at $7. So collectively, I paid an average of $7.66 in my regular account, and I spent $23,018 with the commission and fees. So the total I was in, I think the other day I said 40,000. I was wrong. It's $32,931. 32,900. And my average price altogether isn't $8, it's $7.72. So just for the record, I didn't buy it all in the last 2 days. It looks like I sank myself slowly over a month. All right, now I want to, we've got 20 minutes to go. I want to go through some things with you. G-Bucks is down 0.0012 at 0.0088. Railtown's down 0.005 at 34. Finger is down 0.025 at 1.095. HLP is up 0.0006 at $1. GDC's up 0.09 at 271. Railtown volume is 50,780 shares. Last trade is 500 shares at 34 cents. So I wasn't paying attention. I that might be a buy, but I'll tell you what, the sales are all fake. My opinion. The market's down 10. Amazon acquires Fauna Robotics. Wow. Amazon acquires Fauna Robotics. I wonder how much they paid. Let's see. Amazon has entered in the consumer humanoid market. Is that short for sex robots? By acquiring Fauna Robotics, a New York startup. Amazon closed the transaction last week and did not disclose any financial details. Oh, well, okay. That's great news. All right, I want to go through. Want to. Oh, I've missed some. Joe Marty. So you're saying I have a chance? Yes, I'm saying you have a chance. So you think Railtown may stand alone now for a while versus selling too? Yeah, I'm starting to think that. Look, we don't have control over that. But these guys that came in, the Don Fagan and his Steely Dan counterpart, I need to hear someone tell me the name so I can remember it. Mike and Don or Dan. They didn't come in to help Corey do what Corey could do all on his own. Corey could sell the company too soon on his own. They didn't bring them in to do that. So no, I think the negative is we don't get the thrill of a buyout. It still could happen. We don't control it. But I really think, Joe Marty, if I had to call it, I think Railtown's revenue is going to ramp like a reverse ski slope, like a hockey stick. And it's not that they book it all. That's the key. It's not that they book it all. That's where Tony's wrong. Probably on purpose, he's wrong, but I don't know. It's the ability to accurately project and have confidence in the projections. And as it ramps, let's put it this way. The more baskets they make, the higher the score. The more revenue comes in, the more proof of concept, the more data centers they sign up with, the more customers, big customers they get, the price goes up. So why sell? But I'm not saying it won't happen. But I don't think the company is going to solicit buyers. I think, and this is perfect. This is what happens in the oil and gas space all the time. You set about doing your business, you perform well, and the buyers will come to you. You don't have to go solicit buyers. So I don't know the answer, Joe Marty, for sure. But yes, I would agree with your statement. I do not think it's going to get sold soon. I think the price is going to go beyond what TELUS can afford to pay. And I think Microsoft and, maybe NVIDIA, but a Microsoft, an Oracle, hell, a pool of money like a SoftBank could get in a bidding war. But what goes through my head is what Corey told me, a question he asked me. He said something like, can you imagine? In other words, there's the proof of concept at the TELUS data center. And this layer is critical to the success of the stack for the users. If that concept is proven at that data center, he said, could you imagine what happens around the world after that news gets out? Something like that. ZJYL, Ricky, did a reverse split. Guys, it's so predictable. I will put ZJYL up. So it's $1.96. Prediction, survey says it'll be under $1. John Ken, not going to happen for G-Bucks for 100X. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to happen. Extraditions. Is this still live, or are you on YouTube's chat? I don't know the answer to that. It is live. I don't know what it means to be on YouTube's chat, but it is live. And I'm very grateful. Silver Skyrockets says a Canadian company got sold for 4.7 billion today. Cool IT. Their tech is used to cool down data centers. They had 500 million in ARR. Wow. Cool IT. That sounds like a rap group, a rap guy. Let's see, just for giggles and kicks and giggles, let's see what 4.7 billion does to Railtown. $22 a share. I would submit to you that they cool down data centers. It may or may not involve a cost. I don't know. And it may or may not ramp. What you have with Railtown is the company has spent all of the time and money developing the platform. That's a sunk cost. They don't have to spend anymore. They built into their software platform the ability to scale. They can handle 10 customers day one. And if it goes to 10 million customers, they can handle it all without putting any more money in. I don't know if that's going to be true about that 500 million. In other words, if Railtown gets to 500 million, it's 100% payout under, at least under the model that I understand they have at TELUS. But it also can ramp more quickly. So, yeah, I think that's a great story. Fortinex, Giuseppe says, Fortinex was discussed by TELUS during their call. It could have been us. So close. Don't get impatient here. I know we all want action, but that's the curse of making money, is feeling you have to do something. Why didn't Railtown get mentioned? TELUS mentioned Railtown in their third quarter call. Why didn't it get mentioned this time? I don't know. But it's possible something's going on. It's possible. I'm not talking about a buyout. It just might be that negotiations are going on, paperwork going on, the so-called quiet period, my word. We don't know. But it doesn't bother me. And I warned you before the GTC that I wasn't positive. And it doesn't bother me that Railtown wasn't mentioned. It being mentioned is for us. It would help retail. But institutional investors, they don't care about hearing it. MC, wow, what's this? I built a first positions. Greeting from Germany. Mein Gott. Mein Gott. That's a great position. That is a great position. From Germany. Alemania. That's amazing. Great job. That is amazing. Congratulations. I think it's going to be great. Richard K. Since October, it's always since October, still waiting. Since October 1st, still waiting to break 50 cents. Well, a lot of people invested in Railtown over the last 7 years. They're still waiting too. My first purchase, I should look it up, but to my memory, my first purchase of Railtown was end of November 2024. I'm still waiting. Unfortunately, I don't have money to average down. A lot of people here have averaged down. They brought their cost basis down. But I don't, just like that other guy, I forget his name. I think it's really, I don't know what polite word to use. It's really simple to use, oh, I'm waiting for 50 cents. It just doesn't matter. Does not matter. Are you going to sell? It'd be a mistake. If it goes to 60 cents, you're going to sell? You're just going to feel better because it says green. Well, then you don't buy the story that the shorts affect the stock price. You don't buy the story that there's, for lack of a better word, an ongoing quiet period. You don't buy the story that whatever's going on at the Telus data center to, again, using my own words, delay a launch of bringing in, I mean, that data center can handle, with Kamloops, can handle all of Canada's AI business, all of its. But right now, they just got 3 big customers. That's it. They need to ramp it up, but you don't buy that story. You just want to see it go to 50 cents. Well, all right. Sold off my GTII for a loss. Good for you. Good for you. GTII, anyway, I don't want to waste time talking about GTII, but the shell is not attractive to a brand new buyer yet. It might be, but you've got this enormous cost of the ownership going to the receiver. And you've also got to take care of the whales that financed everything. And then you bring in a guy or a girl who wants the shell. She's not going to pay probably the least. She's probably not going to pay 85%. She probably is going to come in at 95%. So it's all crammed down. You did the right thing selling GTI. I can't sell my GTI. So good for you for doing that. When MMTLP, I'll buy more Railtown. Why? When MMTLP comes in, Railtown will be 25, 40 bucks. You won't buy it then. I won't buy it then. MMTLP is not coming in. Guys, you don't have time to wait for Railtown. I think you've got 2 weeks. I think this, of course, I'm the boy who cried wolf. I'm the clock, the alarm that rings at noon every day. But you don't have much time to buy Railtown at 40 cents. What the hell are you waiting for? Richard, open up your wallet. If you're still in the game of investing, buy a position of Railtown. That's the only way you can get back to the green in your whole account, in my judgment. It's a gift. You have an understanding of what's going on. Others do too. Others have the understanding, but they're not allowed to buy. You have the understanding and you're allowed to buy. Do it. Do it. This isn't just another stock. You shouldn't be diversified out in other crap. MMTLP will come in. What's going to come in? What's going to come in? The attorneys are going to settle, and you're going to get a, lifetime cruises once a year on Carnival Cruises or you might get an upgrade in the Morgan Stanley trading account to free research and free trading for the rest of your life. What are you going to get? Buy more Railtown. You can afford it. Of course, do it. It's not advice. Solomon, 100 more. All right. All right. Solomon's treasure. You're going to come, Richard, and maybe you're not able, but it's going to come when it's $1.20. You're going to go, I should have bought more. Don't do that. Just buy it now. Just jump in. You know the odd thing? If I've been waiting for shares to come of some crap I have to be able to sell and pay off some bills, but also just buy some more. It has never happened, and it's going down. But if it ever does happen, by the time I get a chance to do it, the stock might be $1 or more. You know what the damnable thing is? If ComputerShare, I've been working on this for 6 months, since September. It's about the third time I've tried. But if it had been processed, who knows? I could have bought a shitload of Railtown, for me anyway, for me. But it's not. But you know what? The stock, the shorts have crushed the stock. There's some merger going on. So it's not a lot of money anymore. And if I get it, I'll probably still buy the stock at $1 or $2. Why? Because you just can't accept, Richard, you can't accept. Wall Street has trained you so much, but you cannot accept that this stock is not priced correctly. There is no price discovery in North American junior markets. There's no price discovery. But you can't accept that. So you're going to miss. All right, looks like Railtown closed at 34, but let me swap off of it. And I'll go to Finger closed at 109, I guess. But let's go back to Railtown to get the close. It doesn't give me the close. Anyway, it looks like there it is, closing 34 cents, down 0.004, volume 51,790, 500 shares at 34 cents. Still says 1033. That's odd. I don't know why the time in sales seems to be wrong. Good for you, Solomon's Treasure. 100 shares is great. One more question. What's the symbol for TELUS? It's TU on the New York, and in Canada it's T, like AT&T, but in Canada it's just T. And I think, I don't know what I think the Toronto Exchange is their big board. I think the Vancouver Vancouver is the Wild Wild West, and I think the Canadian Stock Exchange is kind of their NASDAQ or Amex. I don't know. I think the Toronto's the big boy one, and that's where I think they are. Oh, here's Eric. It's TELUS, TU on the TCX. Oh, it's TU? I thought it was T. I think it's, let me look. TU stock. TU stock. New York Stock Exchange, TU. Ooh, TU. All right, so let's look and see what it is on T stock. Not AT&T, T stock Canada. Yeah, on the TSX, it's T for TELUS in Canada. or T.to. T.to. Kuda guy, thanks, Eric Belanger. Eric Belanger says, sorry, mate. It's simply T. Texas T. Canada T. Eric says it's TU on the NYSE. E. Belanger, I hope we'll see 25 someday. Yeah, let's not hype it up that it's going to happen tomorrow, but things can change very quickly. Founded as TU. Eddie Rawlings. Don't you think Corey already knows the answer to that question? I don't remember the question. Whether he's going to sell quickly or sell the company quickly or stand alone, maybe that's the question. No, I don't think he knows it. Things are changing so rapidly in the AI space. This whole field is it's at breakneck speed, and I think even as recently as 3 months ago, 6 months ago, I can't speak for him, but I think he may, after 6, 7 years of hard work, they may have been glad to see $7 or $8 a share in a buyout. It's fantastic rate of return. But at some point, just like I said to that guy who likes bumper sticker advice, at some point, you've always, it's very hard to do, and it's hard for me to do, and particularly hard to do, like with girlfriend, if you're in love with someone and you're getting signals, but then to an outside view, she's really not there for you. It's hard to see it. So when money and investing is a relationship, and sometimes we don't see it with cold, hard eyes, cold, hard truth. And anyway, there's a negative to that, which I hammer on, but there's a positive to it too. If Corey had in his head, I'm going to build this company, Corey and Marwan, I'm going to build this company, and if we can sell it at $5 or $7 or $10, we'll do it. I'm set for life. That might have been what was motivating them for 5 years that they were working. But you've got to look at the facts on the ground. 5 years ago, you didn't know that NVIDIA was going to do $1 trillion in revenue in a year. They haven't done it yet, but that's the projection in 6 months. 1 trillion? Do you know how much that is? And just as an exercise, what if Railtown, this is what I believe, what if Railtown's platform is the critical layer that allows the NVIDIA stack at the TELUS Sovereign Data Factory to succeed with users? What if? That's what I think. What if that's proven? NVIDIA's chips are valuable in the stack. And if they're going to sell 1 trillion of them, but I don't know, they have some other things in there. What does that make Railtown if Railtown's a critical part of making that $1 trillion a successful investment in a data center? I don't know if my calculator will go up to 1 trillion. But 1% of 1 trillion, 1% of 1 trillion, if it's valuable, that's 10 billion in revenue. 10 billion. in revenue a year. I'm not, that's absurd. But the magnitude, my point, Eddie, is I don't think, even with their vision and their genius, that Corey and Marwan and Dr. Elliott, sounds like a country singer, I'm not sure that they ever thought that this market could be this big. So I don't know that he knows the answer. I think maybe if you put a short time frame on it, let me say it differently. Maybe he now knows the answer, that he doesn't want to sell at $10 or $5. Maybe that's true. But what does he do if I don't know, Microsoft comes in with a preemptive bid, 1% of Microsoft's market cap in stock? Let me see what Microsoft is trading for. Oh, it's down 2.77 trillion. They come in and they say, we'll pay $27 billion for your company. 1% will issue some stock. No big deal. But what does he do then? We'll find out. Hey, there's Sada. Hi, Sada Aman. I hope you're well. And I hope well, I pray for peace in the world. I put it that way. I'm glad to see you here, Sada. It's very good. All right, let me see. It's 4:09. Let me see if I can get through some of the things I brought with me. Of course, I don't know now. I can't remember. All right, I'll start back assward. I woke up maybe around 2 a.m., 2:30 a.m. And my sister always says I have the wisdom of the staircase. Several people, 3 people have just said to me the question, they've stated the question, why did Railtown well, whatever way you want to ask it, why did these 2 guys from BlackBerry get involved now? And it popped in my head, well, how does, because the one guy has another huge company. I forget the name, and it's got a lot of users. I said, how are they pricing how did BlackBerry price, how did they make their money? Anyway, I'll show you that in a second. It's very interesting. Railtown. Here's my new chart. Obviously last time I had Ricky's trend line much more vertical, but it didn't hold, and that happens. So now I'll call this Ricky's trend line. This one, the lower one. It's not bad. It's strong. It goes along with the 50-day moving average right here, and it bounced off. So these are the parameters that the sell-side computers are using. And they do their own technical analysis. I could be wrong, but this, I think, is an accurate representation of upside resistance. So you've got a pennant or the end of a triangle here. So this is probably like when you throw a super ball in the air and it bounces up, then it bounces again, and it bounces, and then it goes, and then it stops. Well, that's what this represents. Probably, my guess is, based on this chart, it always changes, but you're going to see the stock come up to test the upper line. Let's call that Richard K's line, because he's always a little doom and gloom. He's a little Eeyore, still waiting for 50 cents. And we'll call this Ricky's support line. So this is resistance. This is Richard K's resistance. This is Ricky's support. And I think the stock could, anyway, ceteris paribus, just bounce between those support and resistance like a Super Bowl running out of energy. And then if you remember where Ricky's support line was before, his purple line was before, once it breaks down, breaks whichever direction it breaks, it's going to be a significant move. And it might be all at once, which is what happened there. But so anyway, I do not think the stock is going to break the support, but it could at any time, for any reason, any day, any week. A stock can break down. It can be somebody got divorced, their wife is getting half of everything, the house, the kids, the cars, the pension, and she wants half of the value of the account, and the poor sucker has to sell half of his stock to give her a check or something. So you never know. These aren't hard and fast, but right now I think this support is going to hold. Now, what I think's more likely is that as the stock tests Richard's resistance line, I think you're going to see a breakout there. Now, do you see the blue circle I drew right in there? I'm starting to think that's the first test, because this red horizontal I drew, I made a little bit of a screw up at roughly 42.5 cents. You know, it's a wide one. I think that's the real resistance. And where I drew the blue circle, that reached that resistance. It didn't puncture it. So if that's the resistance, not the blue line, but it could be the blue line. But if that's the resistance at roughly 42.5, that's once. We need to see it break Richard's resistance, go up to 42.5, that's twice, come down and test Richard's resistance, which then becomes support, even against Richard's Eeyore view. It becomes support, bounces off, and then we need it to test or break 42.5 a third time, and then I think we're on our way. I don't really see these highs as being resistance, because I think anybody that got in up there, it was so pissed off they might have sold down in these other areas. We'll find out, but I don't think those areas are going to pose much resistance. This is rail in Canada, and it's much easier to see. Again, you've got this pennant, you got support, you got resistance, you got one time it tried to break the moving average, 200-day moving average, which also, right at the point that it tried to break, coincided with that average. But what's interesting here, I think in Canada, if you look at resistance as the diagonal, I can count 3 times there already. I might be being optimistic. Also, the amount of time they have wider moves, the amount of time they have left in this diamond is not very long. Maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks. It's probably not that long. And so again, wherever it breaks is the direction it's going to go. I don't think it's going to be to the downside. And resistance, I think that yellow line is a resistance because of this top over here. But just like the US chart, there's this October, November cluster where people probably were really disappointed when it broke down. That might pose a little bit of a stall in the 60 cent, 62.5 cent range. All right, let's get on to why possibly is Mike there on the advisory board. So I asked a question last night, and I used the term annual licenses. I didn't know what it's called. But the short answer, early BlackBerry growth, our research in motion, was not annual licenses in the classic enterprise software sense. It was mainly recurring per user service fees paid by carriers plus hardware margins, later augmented by software and IP licensing. Mike, let me see if I can say it. Lazaridis. Lazaridis. His current main vehicle, Quantum Valley Investments, is a venture fund focused on commercializing quantum information science, not a product company built around annual licensees. Okay, got that. But how BlackBerry made its money. In the early 2000s, Research in Motion earned a high margin recurring service revenue by charging mobile carriers monthly fees per BlackBerry subscriber for access to its proprietary network. Anyway, that was on their handheld. Over time, BlackBerry shifted towards software, security, and IP licensing. Remember, Railtown has strong IP, or at least that's what I've been told. I'm not an attorney. After stepping down from BlackBerry, Mike and the other fella, Mike co-founded Quantum. Okay, so we can skip that. We don't have to read it all. So here's my question. Using their language, I said, could he advise Railtown to license its IP, which I got out of the computer's answer. Yes, Mike could advise Railtown AI Technologies to license its IP, as he joined their advisory board and has already led investments alongside Doug Fragan. He shifted toward software IP licensing late in BlackBerry's life cycle, so this makes him well positioned for such guidance. And Railtown does have precedent with its 2025 licensing deal for Quantum IQ's platform. And then they talk about Railtown. Railtown AI Technologies develops AI developer tools and agentic frameworks, blah, blah, conductor for code integration. Mike joined the board explicitly to provide strategic direction, emphasizing Canadian AI, ecosystems, and talent retention, aligning with Railtown's sovereign AI infrastructure goals. He and the other fella committed 3.4 million, signaling deep involvement beyond passive investment. Some people might argue with that, but I agree with that. Um, Railtown already licenses out tech as seen in his June 25 agreement with Quantum.IQ AI for platform access. Railtown's proprietary AGI models and agent platforms suit licensing to partners like TELUS or AI affiliates. Listen to this: generating high margin recurring revenue without heavy hardware dependency. And listen to this: echoing BlackBerry's later pivot. Echoing BlackBerry's later pivot. BlackBerry benefited from IP licensing by generating high margin recurring revenue streams. Licensing accounted for a significant portion of BlackBerry's revenue. Key revenue streams. This is for Mike. Patent licensing, royalties, other IP monetization. So coming down to strategic advantages, licensing shifted BlackBerry to a software services model. Doesn't that sound a little like what Railtown might be, with cybersecurity IP adding to revenue? And it fostered partnerships. And it positioned IP as a $1 billion strategy for recurring income without manufacturing. This approach stabilized financing with licenses often exceeding expectation. So anyway, I throw it out to you because I've never come up with an answer to the question, why is he here? That might be it. Or he might be there to give advice on mergers and acquisition, or he might be there for his Rolodex. Who knows? We'll find out. We will find out. Hey, la-di, la-di, la-di. Hey, la-di, la-di, ho. Hey, la-di, la-di, la. See, this is where I don't know what to show you. Well, if you see something private, I'm sure you'll keep it secret. I am sure you'll keep it secret. Okay, what's this? All right. I just going with a computer, doing research, new information. Railtown AI Technologies is positioning itself as a foundational layer in the Canadian AI agent development and deployment ecosystem. The company has recently expanded its reach through the acquisition of AI Partnerships Corp, transitioning a B2B matchmaking model into a monetizable AI agent services platform. See, all the terms are changing. The following analysis details their core technology stack, strategic partnerships, and market positioning. The core technology stack, the three pillars. Railtown's ecosystem is built on three interconnected, proprietary, that's big, platforms designed to manage the full life cycle of a secret agent man. So let me skip because I think the next chart has the full thing. So the core technology stack, the three pillars, rail tracks, that's the agent brain. This is open source Python, whatever the hell that is, framework for planning, memory, and actions. It supports multi-agent orchestration and guardrails. Guardrails are very important when you read about AI, giving bad advice or sovereignty. You know, guardrails are important. Rail engine, this is the knowledge base for the agent. Real-time event-driven engine for data ingestion, grounding, and vector generation. And then conductor is the visibility layer. This is the observability platform providing runtime insights, cost analytics, and chain of thought visualization. All of this is a total platform. I don't think anybody has anything close to it anywhere else. So they have strategic partnerships and infrastructure. Railtown emphasizes a sovereign AI approach, ensuring data residency and security within Canada through key infrastructure partners. TELUS provides the sovereign AI factory and GPU resources for large language model hosting and inference. Uniserve, now this Uniserve is also in there. I think, to be polite to this data set, Uniserve is a separate proof of concept model than TELUS. But what I don't really know all what CPU and GPU, I know what they stand for, but I'm not really sure how they all work. But I think what Uniserve is going to do is use Railtown and their own relationships with data center. But anyway, let's read it. Uniserve supplies the CPU and hosting infrastructure for running agent workloads. Remember, Uniserve has a bunch of software as a solution clients, and they've got to switch to ADKs from SDKs. So anyway, it's much smaller. We don't have to get bogged down in it, but it is a proof of concept, and it is Canadian, and it is 3,000 customers. AIP Partnerships Corp brings a network of over 180 AI-driven affiliates. I think that's 200 by now, with a 500 million annual sales footprint. I didn't give that information here. I didn't give that. So it's out there somewhere. I don't know where they found it. Providing a ready-made marketplace for Railtown's tools. So it's Canadian developer ecosystem map. The partnership maintains a physical presence across Canada to support sovereign infrastructure. So British Columbia, Uniserve is there in Vancouver, but also the Kamloops data center for TELUS is there. I think that's ready to run too, but they're going to do the other one first. Alberta, Calgary, that's Uniserve. Ontario, Waterloo, Uniserve. Quebec is where the Rimouski data center is, and that's TELUS. The market opportunity and monetization. The Railtown strategy is aligned with a projected shift in the software profit pool from traditional SaaS to AI agents. And these guys, I think it's genius. They saw it 7 years ago. Market growth. And look at these numbers have gone up. These were all in the 30 billion range. Market growth, industry consensus suggests the AI agent market will grow from 5 or 6 billion 2 years ago to 50 billion, range to 100 billion by the end of the decade, a CAGR of 50% a year. Inference-based revenue. Railtown's monetization model shifts away from model training toward inference. Revenue is generated through GPU revenue, triggered by every decision, every inference call an agent makes. CPU revenue, generated based on the frequency and duration of an agent's runtime. So I guess this is how much electricity they use, and this is the toll for making a decision. I don't know how to frame it. A competitive comparison against other companies. Railtown positions its Railtrax ADK, Agent Development Kit, as a more production-ready and user-friendly alternative to established frameworks. Look, this established, that's a strong word. They've only been around for less than 2 years, and they've only been up and running probably for less than a year. So this established might be a strong characterization. So anyway, Railtrax against LangChain. Unlike LangChain, which Railtown notes is remote only, LangChain being remote only for observability, Railtrax offers both local and remote observability. I don't know, how significant that is, but it sounds important when you're talking about sovereignty. It also claims a lower barrier to entry by using quote unquote pure Python instead of graph-based application. Again, over my head. The Google ADK, which I think probably is going to be significantly powerful and become a straight up competitor for Railtown, because Google has so much money to throw at things. But the thing is, Google is building its entire stack, its entire silo for itself. And when you get in there, you're using Google. It's not that Railtown can't work with Google, but my point is, I don't think the Google ADK is going to be made available outside of that silo. So anyway, the Google ADK, while Google's ADK expects specific folder structures, Railtrax is marketed as a more flexible alternative while providing similar support for local models and RAG. Whether, I asked if Railtown's products are better. Whether Railtown's products are better or more critical depends on your specific needs for sovereign data hosting, real-time data readiness, and I think that's pretty important, ease of use. While LangChain and Google offer massive ecosystems, again, I'm not positive. I think Google does, but I'm not positive that LangChain's is massive. Who knows? Maybe it is right now. Railtown differentiates itself by providing a vertically integrated, opinionated Canadian stack that competes on deployment, speed, and simplified observability. Product comparison. Railtown versus LangChain versus Google. Now, I think Google is a heavyweight. Railtown's Railtracks framework aims to reduce the complexity tax found in larger frameworks by offering features out of the box that others treat as a separate or complex additions. Makes sense to me. Let me just check to see the next one might have this whole list. Yeah. Okay. So orchestration, Railtracks is pure Python. No extra concepts to learn. That sounds pretty important. LangChain LangGraph uses a complex graph-based API. LangGraph. Google is a hierarchical tree, which expects specific, I can't read it. I clicked that off, I guess. Structures. Again, Google is in its own silo. When you're competing against Google, you're competing against a whole thing, not just, they're not going to let in, well, I guess they could, or they could buy Railtown, but that's not your competition is the totality of the stack, not just the frameworks layer. Anyway, observability. Railtracks is built-in local and remote dashboards. LangChain LangGraph requires a separate package, and Google is remote only via Google Cloud. Okay, multimodal, supported natively. LangChain supported natively. I don't know what it means. And then Google's best in class, and it's with Gemini. Deployment, Docker focused on Canadian sovereign infrastructure for now. Anywhere it's sovereign, it'll work. LangChain, LangGraph, Docker model agnostic and platform agnostic, which is pretty good. Google, highly optimized for Google. Oh, Google. Why Railtown might be more critical, I asked that for you. Railtown positions its suite as more critical for specific production grade and compliance heavy use cases. Sovereign compliance. For Canadian enterprises, Railtown is uniquely critical because it partners with TELUS and Uniserve to provide end-to-end sovereign AI factory. It's not to get Uniserve and TELUS are not together. This ensures data never leaves Canadian jurisdiction, a feature LangChain and Google do not emphasize as a primary architecture, but they're gonna emphasize sovereignty. Data readiness, that is Rail Engine, data readiness. Railtown argues that infrastructure like Confluent / Kafka only transport data, but cannot make data useful for AI. Rail Engine is presented as a knowledge engine which is embedded indexes and it embeds indexes and masks PII in a single call, potentially saving weeks. I circled it, potentially saving weeks of custom engineering required in LangChain or Google environments. Weeks is money. That's woman power and manpower. Railtown argues that infrastructure like Confluent Kafka only transports data but cannot make it useful for AI. Rail Engine is presented as a knowledge engine that is embedded, index and mass PII in a single call, potentially saving weeks of custom engineering required in LangChain or Google environments. Cost and operational simplicity. While Google's ADK can feel over-engineered for beginners, Railtown's Conductor provides a unified view of token usage. That's the new, in my opinion, that's going to be the new international currency. That's going to be the reserve currency, token usage. And costs across all agents without the need for the enterprise tier pricing, often associated with tools like Langsmith. It's a big deal. So the trade-off, while Railtown offers a more turnkey experience for Canadian teams, LangChain remains the global leader in integrations. I want you to remember that number, 1,000. Let's just see at the end of April, the end of May, the end of June, how many integrations, whatever the hell it is, Railtown has versus LangChain. They're not so tough. Google is the superior choice if your workflow is in Google. Makes sense. There's a lot of workflow that's not in Google, maybe. Let me just see if there's anything else to show you. I have more, but I don't know that I want to go on too much more. Let me just see. Yeah, it's all disorganized. What's that one? Yeah. I've been working on other things, which I'll share with you, but also on getting on Rumble, getting on X. So there's a lot of images that aren't necessarily appropriate here. But in case you didn't see this while I was gone, this is a NVIDIA stack, sovereignty, AI, data center. And on the bottom, I can't point to it, but you see the NVIDIA, you see the storage, you see the infrastructure layer down on the bottom. And on the top, you see the large language model and application layers. But there's some in there that I think Railtown applies to. But in this gold layer, that's orchestration and control. That's Railtown. Now, there may be other competitors, and, I don't think there's anything better, but that's yet to be determined. But this stack, this data center, it's trillions of dollars. So how important is Railtown there? Do you see G-Bucks there? Let's go back to Sada. Hi, Sada. Gordon Gecko. What do you think of the finger news with Nixie? I just went over it. I didn't know about it, but I think the Nixie role I think it's kind of throwing a bone to Nixie. It's all the same, not all, but I think the investor groups overlap somewhat. And I don't personally see it as that big of a contract to manage $60 million in telecom. But I have to admit, I don't know. If you were managing $60 million on Wall Street and you're starting from scratch, it's significant. You can live a good life on that. But I don't think it's a big deal for Nixie. It's something to publish, but let's see but it made the stock go up. What I would think is maybe they're trying to make Nixie run. And again, I keep repeating myself, the heaviness is illegal. They don't enforce locates or delivery. The longs, the SEC goes after longs for breaking the law. Why? Because the SEC is bought and paid for by the attorneys and the lobbyists and Goldman Sachs and Stevie Cohen and all the others that benefit from the heaviness. The only way to win is if you work with that bank. I cannot remember it in New York. Unibank, I just can't remember it. I met the bankers. Can't remember. Anyway, you get some offshore, powerful, wealthy people, and they set it up. And the bankers help. Offshore trading helps. You need a few $1 million to pay that trader. You need $100 million in the bank so the buy-side computers can do the same flash dance that the sell-side computers do. Sell-side doesn't really need money, but they do need assets backing them up. Otherwise, they won't be given this unlimited loan of stocks. So you got two behemoths going against each other, but computers recognize each other. So in the middle comes Dan Borders saying you got to buy it, and then buyers come in, retail comes in, it catches fire. Maybe it catches fire across all the platforms in the world because everyone's watching the same computers sitting at breakfast, not listening to their mother. They're looking at their computer and they're buying. And anyway, you get human beings and it starts to run up, and the offshore buying computers are going through the 100 million back and forth in rapidity, and they're making mostly flat to neutral trades. Some lose. They're probably going to burn a few $1 million doing it, but it gets the stock going up. Then the sell side computers, which have parameters, they back off. The stock starts levitating, and then the sell side computers stop selling, mostly waiting for the peak. And as the stock rallies, there are maybe some buy-ins. There are maybe some things that happen. And you maybe do get a squeeze. And the promoters tell you wait for 3,000 because they might believe it. But the computers are always testing. They're always selling some fake shares, testing when it's going to break. And then they can tell when there's weakness on the bid and they accelerate. So as it goes up, you got to get out. Let the promoters pump, you dump. And you don't expect, if like with G-Bucks, it went from 70 cents to $8. 10x. It actually went to 12. Don't expect to get 10x. You're not going to pick the top. Maybe you get out at $4 on the way up and you're going, oh shit, I could have made more money. But be happy with what you got. And when the next pump comes along, do it again. Anyway, I think Nixie might be in the middle of that. That's what I'd be on the alert for. It's doubled in price. They've announced some promotional things, and maybe they're going to do something with Nixie now. You've got a lot of whales in there that lost money. They have a motive to try to make it run. Maybe that's going to happen, and maybe you want to throw a few shekels at it. But I don't want anybody here doing it, because even if it does run, just like G-Bucks. Are you going to know when to get out? That guy, the other guy, I'm not making fun of him. I owned G-Bucks. I didn't know. You know, it goes to 12. You figure it's going to go to 50. So just because it goes up, other people make money because they have computers or they have a hard ass discipline. Hey, it's up, I'm selling. And they harden their heart that they missed out. They get out of G-Bucks at $6. They bought it at 7 and it goes to 12. They could have made more, but they just, yeah, I sold it. What's the next one? You got to learn to be like that. So anyway, Nixie, my sense is, no one's talked to me, but it is possible that Nixie, those guys, wherever they are, whoever they are, might be organizing something. So you'd be on alert for that. If you own it, it starts to trade up. I wouldn't expect the moon, but and I also wouldn't try to get the top dollar. I just get out or do it in some stages. In terms of Finger, I think Finger, it looks like to me that Finger bought that company. That could be a company that one of the investors created or owned. I couldn't find anything on the founders. And it might just be, it might be something real, but I think voice over internet or whatever the hell they have, voice messages. With AI and with the teams in AI, I think that's ancient technology. You might as well be buying phone booths in the age of cell phones. That's what I think. You might as well buy a whole string of payphones in the age of cell phones. And I think, so I'm not sure it's going to be a great acquisition. They got it cheap. There's a reason it's cheap. I think the revenue that Finger will make, if they make money, revenue will be very low margin, very low. I don't know that though. So you have to ask Cam. You have to pay attention on Twitter. But my expectation is that it's probably no better than 4 to 6% margin on that revenue. Finger Motion is losing money. I don't see how it's going to solve that problem. It does give a different source of revenue. That's good. It brings in more brain power. It probably brings in investors. That's good. But I think the thing you have to face with Finger is they need to raise some money. And if they don't get the stock up, they're going to raise money at $1 or lower. And that's going to be hard thing. So I don't want to be negative, and maybe Finger with this acquisition and with the support of buying can get back to $2 or $3. But again, all of these, Gordon, are hoping for short squeezes, which I think that's like waiting on Godot. And even if you get a short squeeze, are you going to be able to trade it? Railtown, you buy it, go play golf. Buy it, go play poker. I just met her. Buy it and go on a cruise. Buy it and join a faculty and get your PhD for 3 years. You don't have to worry about Railtown. I mean, we have to pay some attention, but you don't have to worry. Eric Belanger, if we hit 25, I'll be riche en tabernacle, like we say here, riche en tabernacle. I wonder what that means. It's obviously French, but it probably comes from Arabia, riche en tabernacle. You don't pronounce the K, I'm sure. Taberna. I'll try to figure out what that means. Yeah, but I don't know that 25 is going to be it. It could go. Look, guys and girls, this could be a $150 stock. I'm not promising that. I don't want you thinking about it, but I also don't want you to sell it short at 25 bucks. My target still remains 55 bucks, but it could. All right, here it comes. Steve, how do you keep track of a trillion? 22 years ago, the largest cap stock, I believe, was GE, worth 400 billion. Crazy. Well, a trillion here, a trillion there. It starts to become real money. Today's Tuesday, yeah. Iran backs down. Trump claims Iran has agreed to his biggest demand, and he gave U.S. big president as Hegseth fumes. Yeah, they always put that spin on it. My brother told me that Fred Trump gave Donald Trump the advice for success. There's 4 points for success: get in, get it done well, and get out. I don't think they're going to be able to say they got it done or got it done well, but I think Trump wants to get out, which, hallelujah. Ward Richardson. Good afternoon, William and RT crew. Glad to see you back, William. Thank you, Ward. Glad to see you here. Everything I know about the AI revolution literally has an RT written all over it, and that is no BS. You're a poet. You just got to put it to music. Has an RT written all over it, and that's no BS. With that being said, buy all you can. This is a compounding cash cow machine, everyone. Hey, I didn't say it, but I believe it. Eric Belanger, Ward Richardson, do you have a price target for, let's say, end of Q2? 31 May, Mars, earnings and end of May? And end of this year. I know, you're right. E. Belanger, my personal target, $1 Canadian, end of the year, 3 to 5. Before, I don't know if Ward's going to answer it, but Eric, I think you can condense your goals into six weeks. Canadian, I think it's going to hit those targets in May. Ward Richardson, this NVIDIA and Emerald AI partnership are reinventing the U.S. power grid through AI. That is really big. That is really big. Donna says, good afternoon, Ward. I'm thinking about selling a big gold coin I have to finance the rest of my Roth for 226. The coin is the last Iranian king, dated 1976. I wouldn't wait very long, Donna. I would overnight. I get your price, overnight it if you want to do it. Get your price, overnight it, and get her done. But you don't have to. You have a large position, so you can hang on to the gold. You know what's scary, Donna? I remember 1976. I think the best president we've had, leaving out any current presidents, in my lifetime, was elected to presidency in 1976. But I wouldn't wait anybody out there. If it means nothing to you, just get it done, overnight it, get it sold, get the money in. I don't know, I show you this and I give you, I wouldn't listen, Eric is great, but I wouldn't listen to his long-term targets. I think he's being conservative, which he should, and that's good for peace of mind. But I think, I've told you May, but don't assume, I said May 22nd, 350 US. Don't assume the stock doesn't start rocking and rolling in April. My opinion, Donna, which, I've been wrong. I think you've got this week. I think everybody out there has this week to act. The last couple of reasons, 3 reasons. One is first quarter's blown anyway. Why do anything? So, from Telus' standpoint. So, that might be it. Secondly, the shorts, the heaviness, they're going to want to close out the quarter on a low point. For them, it's a high point. So you might see some pressure on the stock through next Tuesday. You may not. And 3 is looking at the charts. I think it's going to go a little bit sideways for 2 or 3 days. It doesn't have to go all the way to the end of that chart. So anyway, I personally think we're now at the end of this. It's like you're the kids in the back of the station wagon, I'm driving, and you keep asking me, when are we going to get there? Are we almost there? When are we going to stop to eat? When are we going to, are you going to see, Cracker Barrel restaurant soon? Are we going to be, whatever? And I keep saying it. Yeah, right up around the corner. Yeah, it should be we're almost there. Another hour. We'll be able to stop for food in 15 minutes. And I'm always wrong. Well, we're still going down the highway. We are getting close to the exit. Just because I've told the kids for 10 hours, I've told the kids, just another hour, just a couple more hours. Well, we're still down the highway. And guess what? If the trip is 11-hour trip, it's DC to Cincinnati, 10 and a half hours. We're almost there. And now when I say it's just another hour, you don't believe me. But it is another hour. That's what I think's going on here. I think it's not me, by the way. Let me ask you something. How long can Telus stand to let its lead go in sovereign AI data? They have an up and running AI factory that's been open, I think, since September. It may be a little earlier. They're putting it through its paces. It's underutilized. They're testing everything, making sure it all works. That's how I see it. And maybe the last layer they need before they ramp like a mofo is Railtown. There might be other things. They might need Anthropic. There might be other things going on. But can unless there's a really good reason, can TELUS afford to lose the second quarter as well as the first quarter? I don't think so. So I think there's going to be an effort by TELUS to get the motor running. And then if you're Railtown, same thing. How much longer? How much longer can this so-called quiet period go on? They already paid off, in my opinion, Canaccord Genuity. They didn't have to pay them any money to raise that money, but they did. That's to disengage from an exclusive arrangement. And that gives them freedom to talk to anybody now, do business with anybody in Canada or elsewhere. How much longer is Railtown going to want to wait to see Langchain get all the glory? How much longer is Railtown going to wait while the orchestrations, frameworks, and inference is hot, hot, hot? So Donna, do it, particularly if it doesn't matter to you. Overnight, even if gold's down, which it is, just do it. Just do it. Your French is perfect. It means gosh darn rich. Really? I don't see God in that word. Of course, I don't see damn in it either. I'll have to look it up. That's great, Eric. Ward, Eric, all I can say is that we will be very wealthy long before the year is out. That's a pretty good answer. Ward says, hello, Donna. Yes, I remember you and William were discussing that coin back in the fall. If I had that coin, I would sell it. You can always flip it. If it comes up the Shah, hang on to it. If it comes up the King Daria, sell it. Or is it Darius? I'm pretty intrigued. I think we're going to get out of the Middle East losing, but I think getting out is amazing. Trump says Iran has agreed to no nuclear weapons in major concession. I would argue they were never going to do them. Iran to reopen Strait of Hormuz to non-hostile vessels. Fantastic. See, 4 rules of success according to Fred Trump. Get in, get it done well, get out. I'm allowed to be on YouTube now. I'm never going to play anything from my phone again. I don't want to go into. I don't think any of the alternatives are as good as YouTube. You don't make money on YouTube, but I think as a as a alternative to TV. YouTube's got them beat. Ham called me. Well, maybe I can get him on to talk about Finger and Nixie. I don't know that he knows much about Nixie. Um, in Ham's defense, I have to give it to him. When he heard about Logic and collective audience, he just didn't. He didn't. What I anyway. I don't want to go into too much detail. It was somebody else. It wasn't me. Ham could have benefited by working on that. He just wasn't interested. He didn't. So I think he just didn't trust. I don't want to speak for him, but I don't think he trusts Brent's decision making. And he stuck to it. So you got to give Ham credit for that. Donna Ward, I just copied 6 addresses with phone numbers. While my husband golfs tomorrow, I'm making the rounds to shops to get pricing. Now is definitely the time. Now. Sell it. Get it into your account. Buy it this week. I just don't know, Donna. It's pushing it. But if you have cash savings somewhere and you kind of know what it's worth, I would almost loan yourself the cash tomorrow, put it into your account and buy Railtown tomorrow, and then go sell the gold and pay back your cash account. I'm telling you, just because we've been lulled into this painful 6 months, the heaviness has brought it down. It's just on and on and on. And I have to be clear, it may not be easy to break $1, to break $2, to break $3. It may not be. So it may be a sideways climb for a while. But we're at the point that may not be at all. You're already seeing low volume, except for that one day. All you need is a whisper that the proof of concept is working. I mean, imagine if they, instead of my being like other people here, I'm being negative and saying it'll probably be May or even June. What if it's April? April's only a week away. What if they, I don't know, tell us, gets out on national TV and says, or I don't know, I don't know how you advertise to developers. You probably go into, hell, they just have to advertise to their own clients. Anyway, what if it's April, Donna? And it shows traction. I just don't see the stock being under 40 cents very long, at the risk of, I don't see it under $1 for very long. They'll still be worth buying at $1 or $2, but it's a whole different experience. I would still buy it at $1, $2. I'd buy it at $5. It's a different experience then. You can try Google. All right, I'll Google it. They'll probably ban me from Google for doing it. They'll put me on hold for for 90 days because I'm Mon père est riche en tabernacle. It's a song, I guess. It's all about the song. I can't find it, Eric. Nothing comes up. Let me write definition. It's all about some song. It means extremely rich. Okay, I got that. It's vulgar, derived, similar to, it's actually wholly frack or fracking. It's the F bomb. It's the F bomb. All right, it's 5:19. I have to go. Where do I have to go? Anyway, there was some more I wanted to say, but I'm running out of energy and I've got to be somewhere. And, you know, if there's a question or two, I guess I can still talk for another 10 minutes. I'm really encouraged. I hope it's true that there can be peace after all this. Are people going to really trust each other? Uh-oh. Bill Cosby is liable. And he has to pay 59 million smackers. And an additional $40 million. His attorney, Jennifer Bonjean, is disappointed and intends to appeal. That's a lot of money. $100 million? That's some expensive dalliance against someone's will. It's not very good. I mean, it's good for the victim. All right, I don't see any questions. I'm going to wish each of you peace. I'm so glad maybe peace is going to hold in the Middle East. And we can get back to reality TV. We'll talk tomorrow. Donna, everybody else, I don't think you have that much time left to buy the stock. You know I've been wrong before, so take that into account, but I really don't think you have that much time left. Hopefully you do, because maybe I can buy some, but you know, I think the chances of that are slim to none for me. Anyway, Peace to each of you. Thank you for joining. I'm glad I'm back on YouTube. And let's pray for peace in the world. And we'll talk tomorrow. Or you'll listen, I'll talk. I'm not good at listening. Cheers.